Hello? Hello? Hi. I'm here. It's Thursday. Who's here? Red. Hi. Hi, Red. And Solaris. Hello. Hi, guys. Hang on. There's a little bit of lag. Is something running that shouldn't be? Hang on. Hang on, hang on. Hang on. Hold. Everybody hold. I think we're good? Yeah, I think we're okay. I just saw a tiny bit of lag and I thought, something running that shouldn't be. No, it doesn't look like it. Docking, wrong stream, sorry. That's Fridays only, thank you. Anyway, hi, I'm here. I'm alive. Sort of. Kind of, maybe, barely. Hello, hi Ruby. Oh, it is another retro night, and this night might legitimately be like 3 games in 1, maybe more, I don't know. Depends how much of a fucking gamer I am. Anyway, yeah, if you guys don't know what we're doing, the title's a hint. Rocket launcher. It is Metal Slug. For sure, probably 1 and 2, maybe even 3. Honestly, I might even finish all 3 so fast. I'll do like Metal Slug Tactics or something. I don't know. Either way, it has been since the Wii era since I've played a Metal Slug game, like legitimately. Because back in the Wii era, they released a Metal Slug Anthology for the Wii, which was 1, 2, X, 3, 4, 5, and 6, all in one game, which is fucking crazy, by the way. That's a lot of goddamn Metal Slug, you know? Red, thanks for 70 streams in a row, goddamn. It feels like you've been probably at every stream this year, is my assumption. Is that 70 streams? 3 a week. What week are we on? Hang on. Give me a second, I can figure this out. Pretty much. We're at week like 16, 17. Week 20, 3 streams a week. Yeah, looks like I think you've probably been every year. I'm assuming the streak is actually kind of just this year. But anyway, yeah, today we're gonna be doing Metal Slug 1, 2, potentially 3, maybe even Tactics, because I didn't buy every Metal Slug game because I think only 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, X, and 3 actually, are on Steam. And there's even Double X, which apparently is a really bad port, so I just didn't buy it as much as, you know, I like Metal Slug. But yeah, how are you guys doing? How's your Thursday? I set up some more work on both stream stuff and non-stream stuff, so I'm kind of excited. But other than that, I kind of slept today. Like, I haven't been sleeping well, so like I've just been randomly, like, not like napping, but just like getting in bed and just like basically falling asleep for like an hour at a time. But it's not a nap because I don't actually like fall asleep. I'm just like watching a YouTube video and like my eyes are closed, but I'm still very much awake and I'm listening to like the video, you know? And my YouTube video of choice today was I randomly got recommended a Simpsons Hit and Run game video, so I watched somebody just play the game and do a silly little challenge. So yeah, shout out to, I think his name is Zenith. Shout out to Zenith for providing my half asleep content today. But anyway, Red, how are you doing? You never answered. I honestly had a lot of fun with Mouse PI yesterday. I kind of wanted to play it again today, but I'm like, no, today is retro. Maybe I'll play it tomorrow instead of Chrono Trigger. I don't know. At least the rest of my eyes, maybe. Maybe. I didn't sleep though. Oh, I don't know how to fix my sleep, I'm gonna be honest. How are you though, Solaris? How are you doing? I kind of want to just get the game in because honestly, it's kind of a pain in the ass to set up Metal Slug, because like the controller works but it doesn't register it, if that makes sense. And I don't feel like playing an old video game in on keyboard. That's just me. I don't really feel like playing a lot of games on keyboard unless like it's like mandatory. Just got off VR. Ooh, testing every. Ooh, even better. God, I kind of want to get into VR, but also I know VR is kind of doo doo for me. Yeah, hopefully you had fun. What song is this? This is a really neat, snazzy song. Oh my god, what song is this? This song is probably another Sonic Unleashed songs. Pagonia. I'm gonna glitch in my jacket. Listen to the word anyway. That's good. Okay, I'm gonna stop the music so I can get my shit going. Let's go over here. Let me boot up the game. You guys should not see anything because the game's literally not booted yet. Hang on, give me a second. This should work. You guys should see the game. Bluted? What bluted? There we go. You guys should see it. You guys should hear it. Never mind. Do let me know how it sounds. I can pretty much change the volume whenever I want in the game. I currently have the audio at 3 out of 10, which is kind of fucking crazy. Also, I don't remember if this game has a character selector or not. If it does, I'm gonna pick Ari or Fio because those girls are fucking beautiful. If it doesn't, I'm probably just gonna be Marco and I'll be sad. Okay. Very hard? Oh, very hard. Should I go very hard? I think I should go very hard. Free play? Yeah, I'll just go without credits. If I want to do a challenge, I'll do like a 5 credit very hard or something. I don't know. But for now, we'll just free play. Okay. Oh, this has multiplayer. Ooh, I wonder if it's like couch co-op, quote unquote, only, or like Steam remote play, because this could be interesting. Yeah. Mission 1. Start. Yeah. How's the audio, by the way? Let me know. It sounds a little loud on my end, but it might not be. For you guys at least. Thank you. Ah, flamethrower. Burn them. Burn them alive. Oh yeah, this game is nostalgic for me like hell. Oh god. You got me. Do you guys want to know a funny thing about this game, specifically on Wii? If you wanted to if you wanted to throw a bomb in the Wii version, you had to shake the controller for no fucking reason. Get him! Oh god. Hey. I fucking love arcade games. I wish arcade games came back, like actual arcade games. I don't mean like, oh, it's a game that plays like an arcade game. Like, nah, make a fucking cabinet. I want to play shit on a cabinet. It's the Metal Slug. Oh yeah, I should put like a flashing warning, flashing lights warning on this game. It's over. Oh shit. Easy. This game looks weird in widescreen, let me be honest. Private first class Agonor. Private Yokum. Mission complete. Please say it. Yes! What's up with the lag? Go! Kill the totally not Nazis. Where'd you go? My friend. Like, actually, my friend, where'd you go? Get him! Get him! Kill them. Oh no! Oh, I ran out of lives already. That's 1/4. Keep track. That's 1/4 down. It might even be 50 cents. I forget how these cabinets work. It's the rocket launcher. Get him! I kind of want that, but I kind of like the rocket launcher better. I like how they jump off the boats. This is one thing I want. Oh god. We're good. We're okay. We're okay. We're alive. Huh? Fuck you! Fuck you! Die! Bye bye. Shotgun. Go, 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 go. You know, I want to play beat 'em ups now that I think about it. They're very similar. Oh, you suck. Goodbye. Okay. Boss time. That was it? Oh my god. Oh, we're not done yet. Ah! Oh god. My buddy. My beloved. Ah! Yes, you're welcome. That's just coins. You guys didn't give me jack shit. Haha. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. You know, this game used to be a lot harder. I remember this boss. I know who this is. Isn't it? Isn't it who I think it is? I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the blow up my tank button instead of the you know, don't kill my tank button. Kill him. Oh god. Bombs. Ew. Oh. How do these jump? Oh my god. You fucking serious? The tank has a self-destruct. Yeah, if the metal slug has an actual a self-destruct button, a kill itself button. I pressed it by accident. Bye-bye. I'll show it again if I get another one. I lost all my captured prisoners, unfortunately. Bacchus. You know, I should get my own lick emote now that I look at that. Ow, that fucking noise. Mwah, for you. Is it the same music every time? I don't remember this. Chin scratches, thank you. Marco's got some hops though, let me be honest about that. I jumped into it, that's my fault. Oh god. Oh! No! He blew my face off! Like and face off! Oh yeah, if you're wondering about the heavy machine gun, I remember that from the arcade version as well. Anytime you put in a quarter, they gave you a heavy machine gun just to, you know, basically be like, hey, nice try, idiot. Do better. Careful, careful. Also, I have auto fire on because I honestly do not want to. I don't want to get carpal tunnel from this game. Oh my god, these guys are annoying. That's bad. It's not a good jump. That's the good jump. Bird. It's the guy! You motherfucker. This is the guy that says go home to mommy when you fight him. You bitch. Ooh. No! Come on, boy. See you in hell. I remember these quotes so goddamn much. Rocket launch here. Yeah. Shotgun. Oh shit. Bye. Whee. I'm just causing mass destruction. I'm destroying an entire city. And I don't care. Okay, watch. So, ordinarily, I could... How do I get out? I forgot how to get out of this. God, this game's lagging somehow. What the fuck? Yeah, see, there's the self-destruct button. There's a button to jump out without blowing it up, but I just pressed the self-destruct button. Why is it lagging? And like, it's lagging visually, surprisingly. If you heard, I still fucking died. Alright, fuck this. Why are you lagging? God, it's just... Why? Why? This is a game from 1996. How is it lagging? Get out of here. Oh, fuck. No. Ah! Go, 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 go. Give me a gun. Oh, thank you. Get him. Friend. Jesus. He shoots really fast. Oh, I died again. Give me the rocket launcher. Now I remember how this is a quarter muncher. It's just bullshit. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, he almost got me again. Fuck, man. Die. Fucking die. Oh. God, this game's a little loud. Is it loud for you guys? Somebody let me know, because the explosions and shit kind of loud. And I still don't know why this game lags randomly. Different music. Shit. Monkey. How do I get in here? Can't get in actually, because I can't go back. This is how to explain it? This is Super Mario Brothers level. Oh, I remember this bullshit. You have to always be shooting up. Oh my god, chill. Oh my god, chill. Heavy machine gun. Ah! What hit me? Excusez-moi? Pardon my French? I can kill these guys too. Uh-oh. Give me all the score! Die! What hit me? I'm so confused. Whee! Go! I forgot how to get out of that. Like you can get out of that. I forget how. Go! A medal. It's a medal of honor, maybe? Ooh, that's a different game, sorry. Heavy machine gun. A teddy bear. Boss fight. Big boy. Oh, there's. Oh my god, there's fucking two of them. Oh my god, there's two of them. Get away. Get him. Run! Run, Marco! Get him, Marco! No prisoners. Show and Karn. Or Shoe and Karn. Is that what the stage is called? Kitty! I want the kitty. Oh my god. Get up! Blech. Never mind. Don't get him. No! Brother! I'm losing so many quarters. I think I've already paid like $3 for this game. Blech. I paid more in quarters for credits in this game than I paid for the actual fucking game. No, don't leave. Don't leave. Oh, I haven't. No, I forgot. I forgot the button that just says goodbye. It's a car, it's a plane. Why is she squeezing her cat like that? I'm so confused. No, you don't get to do that. What? What? Ah! No! Oh my god, this plane isn't the problem. Fucking die, please, 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 please. Thank you. Bitch. Another one. That was probably a pretty good use of the self-destruct button. I was like, I gotta fucking run. This is a problem. Run! Fucking run! You're welcome. Kitty! Doggies! I like how the achievements are just throw grenades, free prisoners, kill enemies. This is a bad idea. I'm gonna fucking die here. Oh, we're okay. Never mind. Friends! I couldn't turn around. There was lag. How does this game lag? I am so confused. There's too much shit on the screen and my computer's like, nope, can't handle it. Final mission, time for the theme song, baby. Wow, this game's actually really short now that I think about it. I guess it makes sense because this is a quarter muncher, so infinite credits, it's not that long. Die. One more. Uh-oh. Bye-bye. Go, 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 go. No. What's the medal do for me? 10 points? The fuck does that mean? Bleh. I jumped into it. Go, 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 go. Holy shit, there's so many of them. Kitty! Wait. You're welcome. That one doesn't give me anything. He just saluted me. Give me items at least. Thank you, that's better. This guy's got ankles of steel, by the way, because he just fucking falls forever. Neat. Those are real bombs. No, those are... Holy moly. I can see why this game lags now. Oh my god. What? Are we done yet? Rocket launcher! High rage. I'm at the final stage already in the first game. I didn't realize how, I mean, it makes sense, but I didn't realize how short the first game is. No! My metal slug! I still like this song, by the way. This song's real good. Did he just throw a fucking car at me, or a truck at me? A motorcycle? What am I talking about? I'm dumb. You're welcome. Lag. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's so much lag. I think the craziest thing is it's literally the program lagging. It's not my computer. At least I think it is. I'm not dropping any frames. My model looks fine. That's literally the program itself. Like they are emulating the arcade lag at this point. Like Jesus. This is the Steam version? Yeah, it's the only version I got, unfortunately. What I should have done is do the Wii version on my Microsoft Wii, but you know, I figured I'd at least support Neo Geo and Konami. I think, right? Are they the ones that published this? SNK? That's who it is. Monkey. That's who it is, SNK. It was on the Neo Geo, but it was SNK. I remember now. Blam! You got me. Blam! You got me again. Get away! Get away! Baby. I'm really glad the actual enemies don't have hitboxes. Oh my god, they're still up. It's just their actual attacks that have hitboxes, which are great, because that means I can just jump through people. Friend! It wasn't worth it! Wait, it was! Rocket launcher! It's gone! Oh my god, this boss has so much health. Go, go, go. Another one. Baited. I got actually hard baited. What? No. When is he gonna die? Blah. Oh my god, my quarters. God, just imagine getting to this boss and then just running out of quarters because this boss has so much health. I like how in the widescreen you could see the boss in the corner of the screen already, like before his attack actually ends. Oh god! Yes! Suck it! What's the boss's name again? I don't remember. PFC Violet with 2 L's.
Mission complete.
We're good. That was a 30-minute game. Mission all over. 18 continues, which if you assume it's 2 quarters per continue, that's $9 you would have spent on this game. Fuck! That's a lot of money if you think of it. If you think of it that way, because I think it was 50 cents per credit. You spent $9 to beat this game, which honestly, kind of worth it if you're actually at like a pizza place or an arcade and you're dead set on beating this game. Because there's not many kids that like actually beat this game. Akio Susumu. Oh, is this like the old like Nintendo thing where they just didn't have enough characters to put like their full names, so they just used like pseudonyms? Right? Pseudonyms is the word. Why'd you pause? What the fuck? No, resume game. I love this music, by the way. This music is great. Like, actually. Metal Gear, or Metal Slug, Metal Gear 2, but Metal Slug has some actual, like, pretty timeless music, I think. Planning Mirror. Keaton Nug. I don't know who that. I don't know who any of these people are because they're all pseudonyms. Sound Haya. Haya Jim. Hi Jim. Shoutouts to Jim, I guess. Yeah, like legitimately shoutouts to Jim. How have I been today? I've been pretty good. I woke up. I did some hold on. Sorry, I got a DM. I woke up, went to the store, did some shopping, bought a big ass box of spicy chips, like the snack bag variety, because that's usually what I eat when I'm at work, just like so I don't eat like a massive meal when I get home at 10 o'clock at night. So I feel happy because usually my store only sells like the normal, quote unquote normal ones with like a dozen of them. I got one with 42 bags. Fuck, man, I'm loaded. But besides that, I didn't really do much. I set up more work for on and off stream. So like some personal things I finally got set up that I kind of needed to. And then besides that, I got some more Peace Forever. I got some more like VTubing stuff set up for my eventual debut of the outfit that I teased to you guys a little bit ago. Iron High Thunderbird. We're gonna move on to Metal Slug 2 because this game was short. I have 1, 2, 3, and X. I know X I think is just a different version of 2. but we're gonna play it anyway because I honestly fucking love Metal Slug 2. I think Metal Slug 2 might be one of my favorites. I think 2 is the one that has it. That has like the alien undertones, if that makes sense. Where is Metal Slug Dose? Thank you. You hear it, but you don't see it. There we go. I hope this game looks different, like way different. But how have you guys been? How's your Thursday going? No. I need to make sure I know what controls are. I think it's the same. Start. Shit. I'm still gonna turn auto fire on because I do not want to injure my wrists or my fingers playing this game, because like, yeah, this game is fucking intense. I'm gonna be honest. Let's go 16:9. Actually, 16:9 might have been what made it lag. Let's keep it 4:3. How's the audio? Is the audio okay? Not too quiet yet, keyword. Oh, the audio works differently in this game. What I mean by differently is Metal Slug 1, even when I tabbed out, it still played audio, but here it doesn't. Not too quiet yet. I mean, it's at 3 of 10. I can literally increase the volume if it's not quiet or not enough. I like this loading screen though, because I remember this boss. This boss pissed me off. This is the exact arcade cabinet that my local pizza place used to have. Okay. Metal Slug 2 specifically. Let's go very hard again. Okay. One player. Choose your character. Who do I pick, guys? Marco, Eri, Tarma, or Fio? I was gonna say Terma, but it's Tarma. If you know me, the answer's Fio. Like, if you know me, the answer's Fio. I have an actual 7TV emote of her, I'm pretty sure. I think I still do. Yeah, this is my actual childhood. She's my favorite. She's also my favorite. Eri's kind of broken in Metal Slug Tactics, which I might end up playing once this game's over. Just because there's a very good chance these games do not add up to a normal stream time. Ooh, gem. Ooh, bombs. Heavy machine gun. Okay. You're welcome. It's the one with the Kamehameha! Guys, look at him. It's the one that uses the Kamehameha. It's fucking Goku. It's Super Saiyan Goku. Good job, Goku. Let's go. It's a camel. What the fuck? Goku, we gotta get the Dragon Balls. But King Kai, there's 2 on screen right now. That's not what I mean, Goku. Sorry, I'm role-playing as King Kai for some reason. Oh yeah, that was like 200k, no, not 25k points. Here's the boss. I think you can blow up the, yeah, you can blow up these things. I remember playing this with my brother, being like, you take the right side, I take the left. I lagged because the game just decided to freeze on me. No, Goku! Why are you running? God, this is so like fantasy violence, because like who the hell is gonna think about turning their thrusters onto actual overdrive to use them to burn your victims alive, you know? Okay, we're good. I like her default pose too. Look, she just sits down. She's like, "Fuck, I'm tired. Like that was hard." Like, yeah, girl, take a breather.
Mission complete. Mission start.
They kept my dude. Shotgun. Oh, I lost it. Jesus Christ, flashbang. Oh, this stage. I remember this stage now. Momentarily, but here you're here now. It's fine. You're not that late. I remember this part. You can turn into mummies in this game. How you doing though, undead? Oh wait, the shotgun's way better in this stage actually. No. Blam. No, like legitimately, the shotgun's way better because it legitimately one-shots zombies in this stage. Shotgun, flamethrower, the preferred weapons in this stage. How did that hit me? Just a bit bored now. You're watching, so not as much. You're not that bored. I don't know. You're here. Wait. God, this being a zombie actually sucks ass. Get away. Golden beat, thank you for the head pat. Licka. I love the little silly emotes that I added recently. Booba. I have that because I'm honestly scared of putting that on my actual thing. Thank you. Because I don't want it. I don't want Twitch to give me a fucking weird look. Shotgun. Ah. Baka's, you having fun over there? Thank you, girl. You don't know who did that? Did what? Oh, throw things at me? Yes, you can abuse me if you really want to. I totally forgot her melee was literally her doing like the shove, like a cute little shove. No, save him, save him. Whatever I do there now, I don't know. People like abusing streamers. Twitch is always gonna give weird looks to VTubers. Yes, they are. And yet they'll allow somebody who has a literal sex pet on stream and not bat a fucking eye.
Thank you.
I heard there's smooch. There is a smooch there. That was a bad move. I was baited. What? Is that a mimic? Like, actually, is that a mimic? No, it's a real thing. Shotgun, die, die, die. That one has double health. Nope. Smooch, I'll smooch you back. Mwah. The fuck? That thing was a trap. It just had bats in it. Monkey. Oh my god, that's so much heavy machine gun ammo. I pressed the wrong button again. I pressed the kill yourself button now. Shit. Ugh, that was way too fast of an attack, I'm not gonna lie. Rocket launcher! Oh god, I gotta run. I died. Thank you forever. Oh, I could not jump because I didn't see where I was. We're at $1 now for this stage, or for this game. Oh fuck! Oh my god, I couldn't go fast enough. You were 2 hits from death. That's great. You know what's cool? All of these bosses are actual bosses in Metal Slug Tactics. Just so cool. Like, actually. Like, pay attention to how some of these bosses look, because like you'll see them in Metal Slug Tactics. Because I'm pretty sure we're gonna get to play that tonight. Teddy bear. I think that's a bunny actually. You're welcome. Banana. Die! Can't see. Let me in. Let the pigs free! Oh my god, I've never seen her like little idle animation. That's so cute. I jumped into it. That's my fault. It's my fault. I fucked up. These guys are dead and they're still shooting at me, by the way. It goes to show you their soldiers don't matter, just as long as they're bodies, like literal bodies. Next. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I can't jump. You're welcome. Wait, don't die through the jump. I remember. Oh yeah, that jump gives you bonus points based on how far away it is. It's so funny. Drop shot. Run! Chicken. I ran into it. I thought it was past me. You little shit. You took my heavy machine gun from me. You took my only food. Now I'm gonna starve, I say as I get inside a fucking plane. That's interesting because the lag, it looks like it registers my last input and holds it for however long it lags. Boss time. Shit. I'm claw gripping this controller right now so I can fire missiles and fire at the same time. No, get out. Friend. Oh. I forgot how much damage bombs do. Jesus. Bye. Hey. I lost all my prisoners. She's eating a sandwich.
Mission.
Sandwich. Sandwich. Sandwich.
Mission 4. Start.
This stage used to be my favorite because the song is just, you know, so high energy. Food. I just became fat and they didn't let me become fat. In this stage, you can become fat. Please jump down, please. I guess I don't get you. Rocket launcher. Ad break. I'm sorry, you guys are missing the best stage because of the ad break. Yes. Fat. If I die, I explode. It's really funny how they just have this gimmick on one fucking stage. Like, no other stage has this gimmick. Grow fat with strength. It's not really strength, it slows you down. It changes how your bullets look, but realistically, it's the same. It's this, and I exploded. And but it's the same, like, overall character. You're just slower. And I think the only thing that does get stronger from what I saw is the rocket becomes a homing rocket, which I don't think it exists in this game yet. I don't think the enemy chaser exists in this game. That's a quote from an enemy from Destiny 2. I've never played Destiny. I've heard good things about it, but I've never played it. Let me go, please. Thank you. I have no health, and I must scream. You motherfucker, you just decided to run me over. You're like, she's alone. You bitch, I knew that was coming, that's why I started throwing bombs. kind of want to save my bombs, but I kind of have to kill these guys. Because I know a boss is coming up. I gotta try to take out these little guns before I take out the big person, the big ship thing. Oh god, run. God, in this game having no power-ups really sucks. Like, good lord. Oh god, big bullet time. Thought I heard a knock on my door. Okay. I love the voice actor, the voiceover, I guess, for this game. Bleh. Oh my god, he juked me. I thought he was gonna shoot down. Get him! Oh my god, good shot actually. He kind of read me like a book there. I believe this boss is also in Metal Slug Tactics. Are all the bosses from in Metal Slug Tactics from this game? Oh shit! Wait, that might be true actually. Thinking about it, I think all the bosses in Metal Slug Tactics might actually be from this game.
Mission 5. Start.
There's so many people, I'm lagging. They were laughing and then they got scared because I showed up again. Bleh. Pig. Pigs, lots of pigs. What the fuck killed me? Did I get squished? I might have gotten squished there. What the fuck hit me? No. Ooh, I see you this time. Oh my god, there's so much shit. I can't tell what's actually hitting me, what's not. Holy moly. I'm stuck. I got checkbaited there. Nah, you don't get to do the DK up taunt. Go. Hey, girl. Laser. The laser's the only time I wish I was Marco, because the laser actually has a unique animation per character. And with Marco, his hair like just goes like stands on end like he's fucking Super Saiyan. Because they treat laser as an electric weapon, not just a laser weapon. Motherfucker. There we go. train! Oh yeah, I have to actually fight the train. Have you guys ever shot back the train with a fucking gun? What's his name? Suplex is a train, but have you ever just shot the train back with sheer, firepower? Shit. I can't actually thread the needle to that, can I? Fuck you. There's too many. Why are there helicopters in the subway? How is this possible? This is a no-fly zone. Get down. Train coming. Not a train. Land. Now, oh, I see the train is literally says the 0 with a to market. Fucking die! I think it's one more in a row, right? Yeah. Go, 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 go. Push it back. Go, Theo. Thanks for the bombs. Oh god. A third one. No. Alright, we're good. Oh my god. Laser. I can't grab my laser. It's right there. Ugh. Why? I lost my laser gun. Oh. Oh god, I only ever beat this with my brother as my player 2, or I guess I was the player 2. Oh, I forgot. There's early alien section in this game. Fuck. This is kind of creepy too. Like these guys, I just actually finally noticed what they look like. Holy shit, they're creepy as hell. Shotgun.
Shotgun.
No! I tried to shoot, but it forced the melee out of me. Oh my god. No. 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 Fuck! I tried to jump, I couldn't jump. God, it's so hard alone. I need help. Who's gonna be my player 2? Oh my god, that dude actually almost got me. No, it hit me. God, this game just got like really weird really fast.
Thank you.
Armor piercer. Is that for my gun? I think so, yeah. No! Oh, he just gave me gas too. Ah, you fucker. Go, 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 Theo, go. Oh my god, I didn't see what was coming. Oh shit. Oh my god. God, these guys don't fuck around. Oh my god, chill. Oh, Lord in heaven, please save me. God, you know what this reminds me of? Really odd comparison. It fucking reminds me of the Bio Lizard from fucking Sonic Adventure 2. Because you have to either duck or jump over his attacks and shit. Take a breather, girl. Chill. God, I think I've already spent like technically $5 on this game. Mission complete. No, $5 is that 10 continues? Yeah. Oh god. I knew that was a really bad jump timer. The leg! Go, go, go! I love this bridge. This bridge is silly. Oh my god, there's like... there's so many enemies. How the fuck am I surviving though? No! I jinxed it! It's the guy again, by the way. I don't know this guy's name, but he's fucking buff. No. Nah. Go home to mommy. I remember that quote. Nah. Fuck you, he got eaten by his orca. These are bones, right? Yeah. Eat shit. Never come back. You can steal his heavy machine gun too. I wish this machine gun was like a special heavy machine gun that like did something different. So many enemies! Oh my god! I think I know why the game's lagging, by the way. There's a lot of enemies for this game. Shit, I didn't turn around shooting fast enough. Run! Oh yeah, we're not done yet. Where's Goku? Wait, that's not Goku. Oh, it's the aliens. Oh my god. Aliens! Shit. Oh my god, it's a lobber. Why are you laughing? You get to die next. Oh my god. god, the final mission actually ramps it up to like not even 11, like 12 or something. Ew, give me a snake. What the hell does a snake have to do with anything? Aliens! What the fuck? He spit at me. Right.
Thank you.
Doing such a good job. I am struggling. If it wasn't Infinite Continues, I would be struggling even more. Secret, by the way, I think. Shit. Come on.
Heavy machine gun.
Come on, Harry. Or sorry, Theo. I'm sorry. I misnamed you. You got this. Oh my god. Again, this Infinite Continues. So like, there's almost a guarantee that I'll have it, but I will not look like a good gamer while I do it. Shotgun! Seriously, those are homing? I didn't realize that. The best gamer in my eyes, damn. It means you don't see a lot of gamers. Shotgun! Blah. Truest statement of the night? What, that you guys don't see a lot of gamers to have me be the best? I see how it is. What the fuck did he hit me with? Hang on. Sorry, I had to stretch. My legs were feeling a little tight.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Heavy machine gun. Thank you.
What the fuck? Holy shit, bro. Shit balls. Sheball, as they say in, I believe, Mandarin. Let me go already. Oh my fucking god. What?
Heavy machine gun.
This is... Oh my god, they're just throwing enemies at me. More?
Thank you. Heavy machine gun.
Oh my god, there's more of them! Please tell me this is it. Oh my god, is it actually it? Oh my god, are we done? Boss time? It's boss time. Hydrate, okay. What the fuck, bro? Ugh. Did amazing there. Honestly, that last section I kind of gamed. Like the actual last section. I love this guy's voice. And he's dead. Motherfucker just got abducted. Boss time. I forgot how this boss goes, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god. I remember now. Little alien friend. He gave me a pig, that's cool. Get away. Big thing is you don't want to make big movements because if you make the laser go too diagonal, it just hits you no matter what. Oh shit, I know what's coming. Run! Oh, it's not that. I thought it was like the non-stop laser. The aliens, they look more like Dragon Quest lands, like jellyfish. Oh no, yeah, they're aliens. Remember, this game's 1996. Like that kind of shit doesn't exist. I know Dragon Quest is way older than this. I just mean like nah, this is basing it off of like, you know, World War II and stuff. I died. Thank you forever. Kind of like Krang from TMNT. It's been a long time since I've played or watched any Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, so I'm not sure. Oh shit, there's too many of them. Yep, I was like, I'm gonna fucking die. Also, I don't think this game is done, isn't it? Or is it X that has the differences? It might be X that has the differences. Oh no, yeah, we're not done. It's kind of crazy to go from Metal Slug 1, a really short game with like everything being based off like World War II, essentially, to fucking this. Now they're friends, they're gonna help me. I was about to shoot them, but no, they're friends. No! There were aliens in World War II? No, I mean, like, if you remember Metal Slug 1 specifically, like, it was legitimately, like, the Allies and the Axis powers. Like, not this game, I meant, like, the first game. But he fucking exploded. That motherfucker walked through the laser like nothing, by the way. I'm dead. He imploded. Why'd you walk into it, buddy? Somebody drop me a laser. Protect me. Nope, didn't work. Oh, my friends. Laser. It feels like the laser does more damage to these guys. I don't know if that's true or not, but it feels like it. Fuck. It's over. It's an Independence Day reference. Hello, boys. I'm back. Zazonix, thanks for the follow. What's up? Did you like the the random Independence Day reference? Look at him! He was about to get his ass probed. Oh, he's almost dead.
Mission complete.
Mission complete. Wait, is which is Metal Slug X the one that has the like extra content? I should have played that one. Yeah, I should have played it. I should have played X. Damn. Did an amazing job. Thank you. Damn it. It's fine. We'll just play 3, and then if we have time, maybe we'll play X. Because I bought X. Dude, I remember 2 and X are basically the same game. I think I can speed this up, right? Icon the and I like how it spirals. It's a really cool. The future is now. I remember this fucking slogan for so long. Mission all over. Don't look at my name. Okay. Did I do every mission or every achievement? Nope. We're going for 3 now. I have to make sure Metal Slug 3 doesn't destroy my fucking ears. Hang on. Also, this is the only one that is not booted up in full screen. I'm a little scared. You'll see what I mean, because there you go. That's literally the window size that I have. Let me make it full screen for you guys and myself.
Okay. Okay.
I'm blazing through all these. There's, I mean, remember, these are quarter munchers. They are 100% designed not to be played with infinite lives. Should I actually? I might actually have to hit full screen, huh? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, whoa. This is weird. If I hit a non 1080p, it there we go. Okay, that might, oh god. Oh god, this does not look good. Hang on. Oh my god, this fucking destroyed all of my video settings. Give me a second. This fucking destroyed everything of mine. Holy shit, my computer almost exploded by doing this. What the fuck, bro? I hit full screen and my fucking computer was like, we're gonna shove everything into like 2 windows. We'll do this window size, I guess.
Okay.
Hate it when games do that, yeah. There we go, okay. There we go. Yeah, like it was trying to do 1080p or 1920 by 1080 full screen, but obviously the reason why I really couldn't is because, like, hey, full screen of this game is like fucking 420p or some shit. Hang on. Why is this not actually working the way it's supposed to? This is kind of weird. because my game's in 1920 by 1080. This thing is not. This is so weird. What the fuck, bro? I'm so confused. This is the worst version of this game. Oh my god.
Okay.
Do I have to like do this and then this and it actually works on 16 by 9? Not really. I like how it keeps saying okay, but I mean it's not okay.
Okay. Okay.
Wait, I forgot to change my keybinds. God, I'm gonna have to like manually fix this because if you guys notice, it's kind of squished. I don't know if you guys see it.
Okay.
It's kind of really awkward how that's squished. Hang on, can I do something? Let me try something. I fucking knew that was gonna work. Ugh. I just literally turned off the thing and turned it back on because it was like auto setting its own size. But because I had to do what I did, I had to literally just go to OBS, hide the fucking game, and show it up again, and it reset itself. Thank fuck. All right, we're good. We're all set. Okay, it's not squished. How's the audio? Tell me the audio's okay. Please, somebody tell me the audio's okay. It's a little quiet, but it should pick up because there's not really much music going on right now. Let me go to 4. I'll boost it up 1.
Okay.
Very hard.
Okay.
1 player. Ew. Dude, did I always have these in Metal Slug 3? It's not. It wasn't pixel art in Metal Slug 3. This is not. No, this is absolutely from the port. This is not from the actual game itself. But look at how cute Theo is. Look at that. Would you ever want to shoot this person? I don't think so. I like how they both have sideburns, by the way. Theo!
Mission 1. Start.
Aw, yeah, this is nostalgic as well. Oh my god. Oh god. God, I'm looking at this at full screen. This pixel art was not designed for HD monitors. Good lord. Crabs! Guys, I got crabs, I'm sorry to tell you. It's all stretched. Yeah, I can fix that. It's because I set it to 16 by 9. See, it's better. Super grenade. Her name is Rumi Aikawa. We're going down. How does it look now? Looks better, right? He's drowning. Yeah, like I knew it was because I set it to 16 by 9, but that's because none of the video settings were actually working, so I didn't know what was actually supposed to happen. But it just turns out that they were working. I just had to reset the OBS capture. It's Linda. Look, her name is Linda. This one's name is Jenny. I love you, Jenny. I just realized Barbie, they actually grab like a giant jellyfish. That's what they have in their mouth right here. Ow. He gave me just shit. Drop shot. Oh fuck. You know what? Yeah, this looks better now that it's not stretched at 16:9. Because in 16:9, you could tell that those things were not designed to be stretched that way. Am I even dealing damage? I have no idea. Okay, they are. Crab. Krabby Patties are made out of crabs. Uh oh.
Okay.
Lobsters now? Yeah. Remember, this. I died. This is a very old, very unique game in that they could just do what. Enemy chase her. I love this one. But they can just do whatever the hell they want.
Okay.
Thanks for a second one. And losers. Oh god, oh god. I'm stuck. I'll get the big rocket launcher. Because if you see a thing with like a pulsating name, it has bonus ammo. My friend, you're gonna die. Thanks for the bombs. It's a giant enemy crab! Also, bonus points to this game for giving you a gun that... Fuck. It legitimately shot backwards as you were moving forward. So, like, it was designed for this fight. You dropped a chick! I'm out of bombs. Hi, Fudge. Welcome in, Fudge. It's Super Fudge, just like super grenades. No! My enemy chaser! How was your Thursday? Sorry, Thighs Day. How's your thirsty thighs day going? I can't grab anything from these guys drop, by the way. Oh my god. Heavy machine gun. You're at work? I'm sorry. No, my friend. God, this guy has a lot of health. For the first boss, this guy has a lot of health. You dropped a chicken! It's the purple milk dragon. Hi, Pecunia! Yes, the milk has arrived. No cheese this time. It has not yet been milked. Blank. Hi, Pecunia. How you doing? You feeling better today? Jesus Christ, giant enemy crab I struggled with. Look at her little pose over there.
Mission complete.
I love Fio's just like end of the stage.
Start.
This fucking song that drained a lot of sick at me. I'm sorry. Exclamation point milk. I need to make like a nice. That would be a funny command. This fucking random ass like metal essentially. I remember this stage. You can become a zombie here, just like the mummy thing earlier. Shit, I got one of them. Okay. No, don't squirt that shit at me, buddy. Good and plenty? What do you mean good and plenty? Like the candy? Hi. Hello, rich boy. What you got for me? Ooh, thundercloud. This is a very unique... It shoots when I shoot. Straight out of the sec. Oh, okay. Monkey! No. Now I'm a zombie. No, my monkey! Half Demon Max, welcome in. Return to monkey. My monkey's gone. Enemy chaser. Well, how you doing, Half Demon Max? What brings you in? I wasn't looking. I looked away for a second. Oh my god. There we go. That's a lot of points right there, baby. We're not done yet. Nah. That's okay. You know what we can do now? We can do this. I'm dead. I couldn't move fast enough because I'm a zombie, of course. I kind of would have liked the flame shot more, but I guess I didn't have a choice there. Fuck! I saw that shit coming. It's like I piss in his pants. Oh my god, he fucking flung his shit at me. I love the bombs on the zombie because that blood laser does so much damage. Go, go, go! This will heal me! Human! Shit! No more human. Oh yeah, these guys just jump at me and explode. I need to use a bomb here before I die. Wait, I just noticed the scream. It's very much like the generic monster scream. No way he hit me. I thought I killed him at the same time. Because we're right at the boss, by the way. It's time for more supernatural shit. Fucking random ass aliens again, by the way. Fucking guys are so creepy. Like, this game's fucking weird. Like, Metal Slug in general is just weird. After the first game, they just get weird. Bubble, 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 maybe? Oh, I ran into it. Blah. We killed one. Ran out of ideas of what to shoot, so they went the weird route. That's kind of true, right? Like, they can only make like a World War reference so many times. Shit. We're not done yet, though. Guess what they dropped? Fucking Rosetta Stones. For some reason. No way, that was a lot faster than before. That makes sense, though. They're dropping knowledge on the hose. Remember, guys, knowledge is fucking sexy. Like, if you prove you know something, that's kind of hot. It's like Dragon Ball power scaling. That's kind of true. Friend! Thank you, friend. Speaking of dropping knowledge and shit like that, did you guys see the tweet? I think it was a couple days ago, where somebody was like, "I'm sorry, but if you play video games, that's like the most unattractive thing you could do. Like you, and like you haven't grown up at all." And I'm like, bitch, people have hobbies. Let people have fun.
Mission 3, start.
It's time to play Rage Bird or Stupid. I think it's both. Like, legitimately, I think it's both.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Like, legitimately, I think this person genuinely believes that playing video games is an unattractive hobby. When it's like, nah, bitch. If you're passionate about something, fine. There's even people being like, so what you're telling me is a man, you know, your man could have like a 10-hour-a-day job and wants to come home and relax with some video games, but you won't let him. And she was like, nuh-uh, I ain't gonna let him do that shit. I'm like, well, you're probably single. Or the sad thing is, yeah, she dates guys that read books. No. She probably dates guys that like go out to clubs instead of playing video games. Oh, fuck. A future cat lady making no, not a future cat lady, a future mother of 6 with like 7 with 6 different people. And by that, I don't necessarily mean she's a hoe. I mean she's incredibly unattractive that nobody keeps around her for longer than a year or two. Like, I don't want to insult cat ladies, let me be honest. Cat ladies are some of the sweetest people because all they want to do is have cats and live happily ever after. Let the cat ladies have their fun. Some people are more ugly on the outside. Yeah, exactly. Fuck, how did that hit me? Ooh, this song though. This fucking bass though. Shit. I tried to run, but you can't run while shooting. Why do girls prefer the monsters? Girls, the monsters on the outside. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why, like, the message of Shrek is so nice, right? Because it's like, oh, people see the monster on the outside. They don't take the time to look at the person on the inside. They assume you're a monster. No, I lost my laser! Ogres are like onions. How are they like onions? I've never actually seen Shrek, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Tell me the quotes, thank you. It's a layers joke. Hang on, I think I didn't turn off my blue light filter. My scene started getting a little red. They have layers. Is that all it is? Like, legitimately? Wait, is it still on? I think it's still on. Is this thing on? That's all it is. Okay. I agree. Who the fuck hit me? The reason I said, is that really all it is because, like, you could say that about anybody, right? People are like onions. They all have layers. Like, yeah, that's true. Motherfucker! My friends! I love this thing, except it can't do the heavy machine gun thing and do like the little arcing shot. Punch. Punch, punch. Jesus Christ. Different way of saying don't judge a book by its cover. Yeah, I believe that. I agree. That's why you guys shouldn't assume I'm a gamer just because I'm doing okay at this game. It's this boss! Gamer because of how many games I played, and that's a lie. Everybody knows being a gamer is incredibly unattractive. We just talked about it right now. Run! I couldn't get away fast enough. I'm the sexiest dragon yet? I don't know about that. You guys seen the dragon from Shrek? She's pretty fucking hot. There's a reason why Donkey was willing to take a chance. Donkey can keep that one. You don't want that dragon? Why? Shit, they moved me. Goodbye. Hang on. My filter's still on. How do I turn it off? There we go. It is off. God, because I'd rather have you fucking slick. Goddamn. Fucking Riz. Sorry, my screen was so tinted red. I was honestly a little freaked out. The reason I say that, I like having like a blue light filter at night because it actually helps relax my eyes. But when I'm trying to game, like it kind of freaks me out having the color swap from its intended color to like, you know, 10 shades more pink. Yeah, my camel. Does the camel have a self-destruct button? He does have a self-destruct button. I shouldn't have tried. Gee, he fucking hit me with the butt of his gun. Yeah, to put night filter, put some keep on night driving. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I feel like there was recently like a study done that it doesn't really help too much, but like it actually does help me relax a little bit. I think potentially it's because it actually does dim the screen besides just tint it red. Yeah. Like, a comparison I'll make, it's kind of odd of a comparison, but it's a comparison I like to make. This is for the people that know how to drive. If you don't know how to drive, you might not notice the difference. If you're ever driving at night and you see somebody with blue headlights, as in like they're white, right? They don't have to be exactly blue. Or you see somebody with the traditional like yellow or slightly orange ones, just imagine which one hurts more to look at. Because the answer is 100% the blue/white light. It's PD Piranha. Wait, no, this isn't PD Piranha. This is Scovillain, the Pokemon. Don't touch the spores, because remember the old Super Mario World stage. Touch fuzzy, get dizzy, baby! Ew, bugs. Oh, this is so fucking creepy and like not a good way. I hate bugs. Like, I kind of want to play Hollow Knight, but I also don't because I fucking hate bugs. What? Fuck. So, Iron Lizard. By the way, I didn't realize it actually is called the Iron Lizard. Like lizard as in like a gecko or something. I just thought it was a fancy way he was saying laser when I'm like, what the fuck, this isn't a laser though. You get 500 points per melee. That's kind of crazy amount. I just noticed it. Get away! God, these guys just jizz and fucking die. They're like the average human male. Get away. Never mind, sorry, I thought there was a knock on my door. It's just people moving.
Okay.
I'm running out of time. Oh shit. Is that actually a timer, by the way? I always forget. Bye-bye.
Shotgun.
Shotgun. I just got the Weapon Master achievement for getting all guns.
Thank you. Okay.
Big boy!
Heavy machine gun.
It's a drill! God, this is so fucking weird. This stage is long too, thinking about it. God damn. The fuck hit me? What's he shooting at me?
Laser gun.
What?
Heavy machine gun.
Do you play Hollow Anthem because it's just amazing? I know it is. I hate bugs. It might take me a long amount of time to go through it. Oh god. How did he hit me? Oh my god, her clothes fucking melted off. I almost want to do that again. Do you guys want to clip that? Because I want to see that again. I'm just kidding. Don't actually clip that. Her clothes does melt off. Oh my god. That was an unintentional death, like 100% by the way.
Enemy chaser.
No fucking way that hit me.
Heavy machine gun.
Oh my gosh, she does go naked. I just actually saw her butt right there.
Laser gun.
You just straight up saw Theo's bare ass right there. This boss is also strange. Like, what the fuck is this thing? I forget what this boss does, I'm gonna be honest. Now I know. Red is aim at you and fire. This one is random. I still got into it, my fault. Oh! It still hit me. Shit. I thought I could dodge the explosion just by jumping. I could not. No, it's the ring I think that got me. Like, fucking Sada. Was his name Sayako? She hit me. I could not dodge that. It spawned on from the actual bottom. Or is it, I think it's Sadako, isn't it? Run! Friggin'. Nah, I should have gone left, not right. Chin scratchies, thank you. Blah. Big frog in the chat, is that what you're trying to do? He's dead. Is that a Pikachu frog? It is, I pressed the wrong button. Mommy? Sorry. Mommy? Sorry. That's a really good emote too, Jesus.
Mission complete.
Which one should I go for? I think I go for the plane. That's designed for 2-player, by the way. One player gets the helicopter, one player gets the plane. It is a final mission. This fucking song reminds me of like some random ass like Kid Icarus ass music. No. Oh, okay, I thought I died if I got hit, if I didn't have my airplane. Watch this! I can start running on the ground! This is a really silly little thing they had. Eggs! Oink oink, motherfucker. Apples. Another one. No, you motherfucker. It's bouncing around like a DVD logo. You fucking serious? Teddy bear. banana. Oh, banana. I ran right the fuck into it. Gee, motherfucker. Another. Oh, it's this boss again. They just reused this boss for Metal Slug 1. You motherfucker. Nice fucking random bounces, motherfucker. Thank you. I figured you were gonna have a power up. Ah! It's him. He got me. You're mincemeat. Go home to mommy. Mommy's right here. Fuck. Damn right, see you in hell. Fuck you. We're not done yet. Hell yeah. Kill him. He found the safe spot. Run! No! One more credit wasted. Oh shit. Oh my god, we're alive. Die already! Not me! Die! Nah! No! It's a generational choke. I'm choking. No way that hit me.
Heavy machine gun.
Oh my god, how did that? Oh my god. Finally, fuck. Guess what though? We're not done yet. He was a fake. And the sad part is we don't get to finish the game as Theo. Theo! Guess who's coming? I think it's Marco. I think it's the next character that's left in like the character select. So if it was Marco, I think it's Aerie, maybe Tarma. We've got to save the white woman. Save the white woman. What? It's a really cool animation too. It's all in game.
Heavy machine gun.
This is so cool. Teddy bear.
Heavy machine gun. Okay.
Okay. Bow, bow.
Laser gun.
Lasers. I think the lasers are not as strong as the heavy machine gun. But a lot of aliens, oh, it looks like Metal Slug loves aliens. I mean, the previous one weren't really aliens, they were like lobster people. I'm stuck. Give me the rocket launcher, please. Thank you. Give me back the shotgun.
Shotgun. Shotgun. Rocket launcher.
Rocket launcher. Teddy bear and bunny. I'm glad they both give the same amount of points, because it would be really sad if one of them gave you more points than the other. They're both stuffed animals.
Rocket launcher.
There's like some Star Fox ass shit, let me be honest. Enemy chaser. Oh, we haven't gotten the drop shot. I don't think it exists in this game. You see the new direct, by the way? Yes, I talked about it yesterday. I'm actually a little disappointed that it's just a remake. I'm not that I'm not excited that they're bringing Star Fox back, but it's just kind of sad that it's just a remake. It's something, but you know, not what people really wanted. Star Fox 64 4, yeah, exactly. Technically 5, I think. Right? Because it's Star Fox. I think Star Fox 64 is already a remake. Or like a modern retelling, right? So there's... I think Star Fox 64 is the second. Then you have Star Fox 64 3D, which is the third. And you have Star Fox Zero, which is the fourth. And then Star Fox... just Star Fox, the new title, that's 5. So I think technically it's 5. Also, great late movies, welcome in. I'm glad talking about Star Fox brought you out. I wasn't looking. Nintendo did the most Nintendo thing, don't have like 10 levels. I mean, if you saw the direct, it's literally a 1-to-1 remake. So yes, it only has those stages. Like they literally showed the map screen. It's the exact same map screen as 64. There's no new stages at all. It's called Star Fox 64 because they're gonna remake it 64 times. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I do wish it was more. They showed like a... By the way, sorry for anybody that's motion sick with this background. I apologize. I can't really do anything. Thought I heard another fucking knock. Ugh. But yeah, like I'm excited. If it's really like $40 to potentially $50 at most, I'll probably still buy it. But it is disappointing that it's not new Star Fox content. And I also see people wondering why specifically Star Fox 64 keeps getting remade, and a lot of people are conspiracy theorizing that Nintendo's just scared of going with any canon after Star Fox 64 because any canon after Star Fox 64 includes Crystal, and they don't want to deal with the ramifications of modernizing Crystal's design. What is the Crystal ramification? You know Crystal? You know the Star Fox character Crystal? Yeah, I heard. There's conspiracy theorists that are saying they just don't want to include Crystal in another game, so they're like, people are thinking, oh, they're gonna reset the Star Fox canon with this game and just take her out of existence. Which I don't think is true, but like, you know, people like to think Nintendo are out to get them in particular. Yeah, people are saying, oh, they just don't want to remake Crystal. And like, some people are also funny that way and being like, honestly, the way they redesigned Fox, I'm glad they didn't redesign Crystal. And I'm like, honestly, yeah, I don't know how ugly, quote unquote, Crystal would be in this canon. I should have changed characters to Aerie actually once I died there. Next time I die, I'll change to the other girl. We'll make the girls pick up the girls. The girls gotta bring each other back, you know? This section's really long. Please don't look at the background for too long. I have 2 million points. Fuck. Wait, when the fuck did I get the heavy machine gun? I was just firing it because I thought I had infinite ammo. God damn it, I forgot to change characters again. Yeah, I don't know what Nintendo's doing. I think realistically they're just starting at 64 because it's like A, nostalgia, but also introduces kids to Star Fox in like its most basic sense, right? Because Star Fox at its core was an on-rail shooter. So they can't be like, hey kids, here's Star Fox Assault or Star Fox Adventures, because that's not realistically what Star Fox was, right? Ava has fallen. Thank you for the raid. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Hi guys, welcome in. Tsubuko, thank you for the follow. Rayleigh Movies as well, thank you. My name is Rin Komori. I'm kind of in some middle of something here. Anyway, I can pause. My name is Rin Komori. I'm a Dragon VTuber. Ooh, Mekamorph, thanks for the follow. I play a lot of retro games, a lot of Nintendo games. I'm playing technically one, not the other. Today I'm playing Metal Slug, the first 3 games that are on Steam, because I don't know why they don't have more. Anyway, Ava, if you would like, oh god, pause the game. What were you doing? Let me give you a shout out. Hang on. Great taste in Flash games. I mean, this isn't really a Flash game. It's an old school game. Hi, Ava. Hello. Give you a quick shout out. You were playing Far Far West. I've never heard of it. What's it about? What the heck? A double raid? The entire time I thought you were playing Metal Slug. I was. Is it like on console? It's on Steam. Gargreth, hi. Jammed. I've been jellyfish jammed. What the hell is going on? Yeah, this is on Steam. I'm playing Metal Slug. This isn't a Flash game. This is like an actual game. Ads bonked me. Oh shit, I'm sorry. I'll wait on the ads. Ava, thanks for the follow. Anyway, Ava, while you're here, if you're not bonked by the ads, what's the game about? If you are bonked by the ads, I will wait. I will still wait. Yeah. Oh wait, why does that have a what's it called? I shouldn't have any image attached to it. Anyway, wait for the ads. Wait for the ads. Tell me when the ads are done. Should be done pretty soon. It's a looter shooter. Oh, it's interesting. Okay, I've never really played a looter shooter, like unless you count technically Fortnite, because I played that once or twice. But with robot copies, oh, that's why it's called Far Far West. Okay. Anyway, Gargreth as well. What were you doing? Welcome in. Let me give you a shout out as well. You guys were doing the same thing. Oh, were you guys together? Is that why it's a double raid? Freedom! Anyway, tell you guys a little bit about me. Let's pay together to make sense. I'm a dragon. Let me turn on my wings. There you go. Let me turn on, I don't know. Here's my other outfit. I kind of like this one more. But I don't know what to say. I play retro games. I play a lot of Nintendo, a lot of older games, a lot of RPGs of all things. So if you guys like cozy vibes with pretty old games most of the time, feel free to stick around, play watch and I don't know, do whatever. But anyway, Ava and Gargreth, if you guys have to raid and run, or at least do some post stream activities, feel free to. I will be live for a little bit longer. At least probably I'm on Metal Slug 3. I played 1 and 2. I might play Metal Slug X after this, so probably have one more game in me before the night ends. But if you do gotta go, I understand. Have a good night and thank you guys for the raids. And it's time to get back to gaming, because I was panicking because I got 2 raids at once, and that pretty much never happens to me. Flamethrower! I am at the end of Metal Slug 3, by the way. So spoilers if you never played, but also this game's about aliens. I usually play as Fio, my beloved, but she got kidnapped, or I guess abducted, technically. I'll be here looking at you after safe stuff. It was Raider, a data ranger. Oh, yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you guys. Thank you, Ava, for choosing me. Thank you guys for entrusting your community to me. I promise I will not be weird. I will be as weird as a VTuber could be, I guess. I don't know. Which, I mean, honestly, saying that is kind of scary because VTubers can be weird. I mean, anybody can be weird, but... Go, Aerie, save your girl! Bye! These guys are white aliens! Oh god, albino aliens! We want to change this name Sunday Gunday. I think is the idea. Listen, I have Fat Tit Tuesdays. We're in the same boat. Not Fat Tit Tuesday, Fat Tit Fridays. Nah, we're good. We're chilling. You guys will get right along then. Go, 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 go. You know what this reminds me of, funnily enough? Spoilers. The end of Devil May Cry, the anime. Dog shit show, but kind of funny.
Okay.
Go, 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 go. Blah. Big boy. This enemy's kind of hard, or kind of easy to fight. Just stand like right under his eye and he literally can't hit you. I fucking knew that was coming. I was like, he's gonna kill me, isn't he? Go, Aerie! Ah. Go, 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 go! Yo! The best weapon! Mobile, I like how he said it, mobile satellite, like, it's called mobile satellite, thank you very much. I got Starlink, baby! Elon Musk has my back. And it's dead. Now I'm dead. Oh no! Get away! Go, 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 go! Ah! Go, 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 jump! Aerie! Ooh, boss fight. Oh, God! I wasn't ready. I knew it was gonna do that, but I'm like, how fast does it move? The answer was pretty fucking fast. This one's the slow one. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad! I don't know how to dodge that, I have no idea. I think the answer is yeah, is make them go in completely different directions like that. I fucked up. Wait, that worked? The fuck? How did I not get another death on that? That's kind of crazy. I'm kind of gaming. Why did I... This fucking pause button is so sensitive. I legitimately tapped my my pause button and it's fake. Theo, go 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 go, kill Theo. So much lag. Nice shot, like actually. Armor piercer. Does that mean it does more damage or less? Wrong button. I did the fucking kill yourself button. Why did I get fat? That's so weird. Yeah. I got shocked so hard I stopped being fat, by the way. Shotgun. Oh my god, that's impossible to dodge. What kind of bullshit is this game? It's fucking zombie area now. No, it's not. It's not. Drop shot. I hate drop shot normally, but it's powerful. What the fuck? Oh, he's a friend. I got so scared. Friend or foe? Go, 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 go. Thank you, friend. I thought he was dead. He fucking got eaten by an orca. Harry! Sorry, Theo! I have so much ammo! Oh, it's because they're using heavy machine guns, so I just get their ammo for free. What the hell hit me? I was having an LMG one-handed like it's a vacuum cleaner. Yeah, like, I forget his name, but he's a fucking Chad. Like literally, just look at him. Oh, they have flamethrowers. That's what's going on. Fuck, man. They drop so much good ammo, but it disappears instantly. Achievement for throwing 300 grenades. I've played this game for like 30 minutes. How much fucking health does this thing have? I have so much ammo. Oh my god, I have so much ammo. I was about to cross the 3-digit limit on it. Finally! Fuck. Let's go, girly. Breasties on our way out. But now it's actually the worst part of this game. You wanna know why? Because now there's zombie Theos. You remember what zombies have as grenades? Go, girl, go, girl, girly girl. Oh my god. Run! I think doing that is probably the better option, like legitimately. Oh my god. Oh my god. Honestly, me saying oh my god there just sounded like if you believe me, it sounded like Mumbo fucking Jumbo in Banjo-Kazooie when he goes Ubada when he transforms you. Go, 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 go. Play. Oh my god. Oh my god, we're done. Oh, they were about to like just fucking blast me. Go, girl, girl. Get in the mech. How does Feel survive this? How does Feel survive this? I just thought about it. We're not done yet. Mother brain. Now it's a fucking Metroid reference. If you're wondering, I'm using iframes to avoid that attack. I remember this mechanic, or this strat from fighting this boss a long time ago. No, he got me. He still got me. What the fuck are those? They're like rocks, but they're not. They're like cells. Oh god, it got destroyed already. Fuck. I love how every final boss has this music on it. It makes it so climactic, like legitimately. You know, why didn't Metroid just do this to Mother Brain? Just jump on its head and like literally slash the shit out of it? Fuck. Theo! Save me, Theo! I'm just a dumb bitch who doesn't know how to shoot a gun while I'm in front of somebody. Jesus, that's impossible to dodge. Go, 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 go. I wasn't ready. Brother. Brother! Yes, so much health. I've lobbed like 100 bombs into him. Brah! Ah! Like, those attacks are actually, I'm not even lying, they look impossible to dodge. Brah! Please die already, for the love of all that is holy. I think it's because I can't shoot when I'm literally in front of him like this. That doesn't matter, I guess. God, thank fuck. Get in the tank! We did it! We saved Theo!
Mission complete.
We saved the white woman, not the blonde woman. She didn't get captured.
Mission
It was the brunette.
all over.
41! So, for those of you guys uninitiated in Metal Slug, if you assume 50 cents per credit, 41 credits is $20.50. You know what? It's 9 o'clock. I guess midnight for some of you guys. What should I do for the last bit of stream? Tactics? I could do tactics, but here's the thing. Metal Slug Tactics, I am not even shitting you guys, is like a 4-hour roguelike. Like, I can do it. I'll do it. I'm only get a couple of stages in. Because it's a tactics game, right? So each stage is designed to take like 10 to 15 minutes, and there's probably like 20 stages. No, 20? I think it's like 15. Trying to think, what do I got? I could do more mouse, I guess, or do more mouse PI for hire. Wait, no, I know what I can do. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm gonna do a game you guys haven't seen. Is really fucking hard. I've never beat, but you guys might like it. Eesh. Quit the game. Okay. Bye bye. No, my controller. Okay. So. Let me make sure I have it installed still. I'm not gonna lie, I might not have it. Oh no, I do. Cool. We're chill. Give me a second. It is... I need to set it to properties over here. There we go. It's called Bobo's Big Tower. If you guys know nothing about this game, it was done entirely by one single person. I believe it's a VTuber / streamer called Mysticat. Published by another streamer called Grand Pooh Bear. It's a roguelike, first of all. I've never beat it, but it is a roguelike in the style of Crypt of the Necrodancer. But it's not music based, it's just the same style of like gameplay. I've never beat the game. Hang on. I'm looking for something. Die in the entrance room. Oh my god, I can do that so fucking easy. Give me a second. So, it is a roguelike. The story is there is a wizard called Bobo who is creating a tower to the gods, literally trying to become god. And BB, who we are, is trying to stop them. You're not missing much on the right. It's just my item / weapon list. I'm gonna die here because there's an achievement for that. What does that do? Upgrade random up. Oh, I like that. That's really funny though. Training manual. Anyway. So again, you legitimately only play this game for the most part with arrow keys. The enemies like to move vertically. I think that's a fucking lie. Let me be honest. Because there are so many times where the enemies don't move vertically. But yeah, it's legitimately just Crypt of the Necrodancer. But as a non-music themed roguelike. How's the music, by the way? It should be okay. Not too terribly quiet, not too terribly loud. And I'm gonna be honest, I've never beat this game. I've gotten, I think like 7 floors in. I think 7's the number. Maybe 8. I think there's 15 floors in a level or in a run. I have a key. Okay, open the door. Open the door. Get on the floor. Everybody ride a dinosaur. Sorry. Any money? There's some money. Any more money? Have you guys ever heard that song? If you haven't, you should really look up the music video. It's as silly as it sounds for a song that literally says everybody walked a dinosaur. I forget what the song's actually called. I think it's actually called Walk the Dinosaur, but I could be wrong. So monster souls that you see them drop, and I'm picking up the little skull icon on the bottom. You can only spend those in between after bosses, I believe it is. It's a shop. What do we got? Howdy. We got Zap. Oh, I want Spear, but I can't afford it. I'll take Zap. Fuck it. What the fuck? So now all these attacks go off at once, which kind of changes how you attack, if that makes sense. Because you might not want to attack a certain way, but you do. Wait, did that do 2 damage, or did I hit the guy without even thinking? Where's my key? Oh, did I already grab it? Oh, I already grabbed the key. So this is a game, from what I understand, you actually don't want to... Shit. We're good. Actually don't want to beat every stage. I fucked up. No! Please. Oh, I lost it. Wait, can I do this? I can't. Fuck. Please tell me it stays. Please tell me it stays. It stays, okay. Alright, we're chill. Oh, I got so scared. This is Gust, which Gust is good because it attacks behind me, which is actually really useful, as you might imagine. I still don't know. I don't know what the actual, like, quote-unquote meta is to beat this game. I just buy everything because honestly, I don't fucking know what I need to win with. Give me this one. It's either relaxing for a roguelike. Let me be honest with you. You fucking die so fast. You get angry when you die because you're like, what the fuck? How'd I die? Sometimes your deaths are not your fault. And by that I mean it's because of how shit interacts with each other. Because you know, I have 4 different attacking spots, right? 2 spaces behind me, 1 in front of me, 1 at the Tetris piece diagonal, and 1 even further out. Like, that's not used to them. I guess that's fair. Honestly, it's probably more fair than Mega Bonk, if that makes sense. Because Mega Bonk, you just fucking explode sometimes, and you got no say in it. Slimes are annoying because slimes, they move every other turn, but they also drop creep every time they move. Most players Dead Cells or Isaac. Isaac's a really good game. Probably one of my favorite roguelikes. Also, if you drop rocks, they stay dropped. So, like, if you want to stop doing the puzzle for this stage or this room, you just drop the rocks, so you don't have to worry about it. Then when you come back, you'll be good. I don't think I've ever actually gone, what's it called, completionist in Isaac? No, Dad God, that's what it is. I've gotten completionist, I believe it's called. Daggers to my right, this one's random, and I still can't buy this beer. $114, I don't know if I can save that much. Bye-bye. The red skeletons are the worst enemies in the game. They deal 2 damage to you, and they move every turn, and specifically if you hit them, they don't actually they don't take a turn. So like you can't just like wobble them like I was doing that other skeleton, you know? Don't understand the takes like 1,000 hours. Yeah, I know how long it takes. I've never done it. I don't think I have it in me to play Isaac 100% on 3 different fucking save files. Like, hell no. Like, I don't love the game that much. I don't think I love any game enough to play it from the beginning and play 1,000 hours on 3 separate save files. Like, I don't love any game that much. Like even a roguelike, right? Like any roguelike, you don't really play it that much. Yeah, like you'll get everything done in one, and then you probably never play it again, even if it's a roguelike. Like unless you're like a content creator and that's like your main source of like entertainment for your viewers, like you don't play a roguelike for that long. When did I get hit? I remember when I got hit. I think it was the red skeleton room. Should I try to? I might try to get 114 coins for that that spear, because spear is nice. Just gives me a second range directly ahead of me. Yeah, like I've 100%ed Isaac one save file. I've 100%ed what are the roguelike? God, that's the only roguelike I've actually 100%ed. I'm not even lying. Those roguelikes are too fucking long, man. Especially whereas recently the frickin' Megamon, I haven't 100% of that game. I think I've beaten the forest with every character. I don't think I've done every stage with every character. Shit. Also, hearts in this game drop very rarely, so if you take damage, you are kind of just fucked. There is an item that gives you health every floor, but I don't think I have it unlocked. I think technically Balatro, I've done one character through Gold Stick, or one deck, I mean. Yeah, I've never done Dead Cells Boss Cell 5 or whatever. Do you have an appointment? No. Shit. There we go. I almost died because, yeah, that's a hard boss. Alright, what item is this? Coin spawn when damaged. I can't get damaged, but I might as well get it. I'll go the red one. That's adorable. Oh no, like the actual like text in this game is really funny. Shit. We're chill. I need health. Like I need these pots can drop health, but I need it. I need health. I'm one hit away. Even if I get health, I'm still one hit away from some enemies. Like these wizards. Fuck! I didn't see the skull under me. Fuck! Alright, we'll try this again. Like I said, this game's hard. You just fucking die sometimes. I didn't really feel all that strong, but I didn't feel that weak either. Nah. We go this way. I don't have a key. Hi, buddy. What's this one? What the? That is so far out there. Quake? Unfortunately, not a video game. See, again, kind of funny. I still wish Gust's text was like he who smelt it dealt it or something, because it text behind you. Oh yeah, also if an enemy can't actually get knocked back by your attack, it hits you back. This stage is weird. It's very linear stage. So far, at least. One key. I kind of want the chest first. I want money. I want money. He was stuck because those spiders only move diagonally. So he technically couldn't move diagonally. Not so bad. I'll be honest, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I don't know how to win at this game. I've seen people get extra health, like literally extra health, and I don't know how to unlock that. It took it. Some people like did it in like 6 hours. I'm like, what the fuck did you do to unlock it? I'm just confused. I just played the video game. That's kind of fucked. How do you do this one? Hang on. What's the puzzle here? Is it like this? It's a strength puzzle from Pokemon, but a lot harder. Lag. Also, this game lags too, kind of weirdly. No, give me this. Fuck. I got the piggy bank. I don't want to take damage. I love the bouncing so much. Oh yeah, also pots can have enemies in it. It's kind of fucked up. So like you could be like, oh, I'm just gonna break some pots, find some more coins. Yeah, one of them might just have a fucking enemy that hits you for 2 damage in it. I need weapons because I cannot. You literally. I don't think you can beat the red skeleton guards with base weapons, like just like your regular sword, because there's 2 of them and they deal 2 damage and they can circle you and you just get stuck in a loop. Whee. Treasure, no key. Ah, wasn't paying attention. Anybody got any hearts? Anybody got a heart for me? No hearts? Well then, fuck. Fuck me, I guess. Ooh, what's this? What is this? Throwing barrel. Press A to throw a brick. Oh, it's just straight up. That thing is so out there. I'm kind of scared to buy it. Alright, fuck it. We'll buy it. I'll test them out. God, this attack. How many tiles is it away from me? It is 3 up, 4 right. What the fuck? How are you supposed to use this? Like, legitimately. I just took damage for free. I'm an idiot. I'll try it, but like, how the fuck do you use this thing? guess having it is better than not, like just the option, whatever the fuck that means. I need health. Thank you. No, that was health and it dropped down the hole. I'll be honest, I don't like the dagger and I don't like Quake, so having them both honestly scares me. Oh wait, I just realized I got 2 health. Holy crap, I'm full health now. Oh shit. Shit. Very good. Oh my god. Fuck. I don't know how I got out of that, but I did. I'm kind of gaming right now. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm kind of gaming. You little bitch. I have to take free damage here because otherwise I just fucking explode. Be careful, these barrels will explode and kill me. Oh, this is bad. Oh, we got lucky because one of them stepped on the fucking spikes. That was the luckiest boss fight of my life. Any health? Oh yeah, the other 2 items only spawn if I have full health. Max HP equals 1. What? Why the fuck do I have that unlocked? Oh, I know what this is. You might be thinking, what's the point of an item that sets your health to 1? By the way, it's 1 health, not 1 heart. So I would lose 1 health right now. The reason that it's not the worst item ever, there's an item that just gives you, I think, double damage at 1 health, so you're playing a glass cannon build at that point. Fuck. Careful. Careful, SpongeBob. I fucked up. I forgot. Slurp. I forgot I couldn't knock him back. I thought I was gonna kill him, but that was the one that I hadn't hit yet. Alright, I think we'll do 1 more run. Yeah, we'll do 1 more run. Unless I fucking die in like 2 seconds. I want better weapons. I want Gust. I like Gust. Easy peasy. Slimes are honestly really easy. The problem with slimes is if they're in combination with somebody else, because then you have to worry about the hazards that they drop. Oh, the fuck? Oh, this way. I have 7 gems. Whatever the fuck. I don't need them. Like, I literally can't buy anything. Ba, 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 ba. What the? Ooh, what is this? Oh, that's a really good one. I want all of these, and I don't think I have enough money to buy all of them. I need 78, that's 133? I don't think I'm gonna get 133 in this stage. I do want chill though. Chill is nice. Looks nice. I've never gotten it. I just bought it recently or unlocked it. Shit. Oh, I have to take damage there. Hopefully one of these things has a heart in it. Have a heart, please. Thank you. Didn't have money, but I did have health, so we're good. All right, let's get chill. I think that was on sale too, because 38's a really weird number. Oh, chill's kind of OP. It just widened my attack range. I like it. I love it. Welcome back. Hi, Bobo. Or, I think that's Baba, right? I'm BB. We're fighting Bobo. I think that's Baba. This stage is short. Wow, this stage was really short. They only let me buy one weapon. That sucks. Wait, why are you glowing? One of those was glowing and I don't know why. What do we got here? What's this? Alchemist powder, random attack spawns coins. That's not bad. Oh, Gust though. I'm gonna save for Gust. Fuck! Thank you, never punished. I still don't know why some of these pots glow, I'm not gonna lie. Go for the money one? My goodbye guess is what? No, I think I've used the money one, it's too random. Fuck, like it doesn't actually give you health or money every time. If you're wondering why I jumped on those spikes, when they're down, they don't actually deal damage, which makes sense. That's the gamble. I like Gust a little too much to gamble for it. Let me be completely honest there. That's fine. That's not fine. Fuck. He got the buddy behind him. Ugh. One more. That was too short. Well, too bad. The gamble didn't matter. Ooh, longsword. Oh my god, both of these are so good. The magnet's good too, but... Oh my god, both of those are so good. It's a sword upgrade, and it's basically, do I want the weapon upgrade on the right side of me or the left side of me? And both are really good options. Oh, I hope this stage is big enough to give me... Actually, it's not going to be big enough to give me like $100 something. Ugh. I think the only way I can get $100 something is if I get lucky and spawn like a secret room with money in it. Because there are secret rooms in here, I somehow haven't found one yet. And I've been looking, so there just hasn't one spawned yet. Just hasn't been one. The magnet's good too, but I'm gonna save for the weapons. You idiot. You motherfucker. Actually, I don't think I'll even get enough for one. Let me be entirely real here. That was my fault. I just took damage for free. Thank you. Still no secret rooms. You can see it on the map, by the way, if there is a secret room. There's just not one yet. $47. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have enough for the weapon in time. No secret room. Yeah, probably not. Fuck. Ooh, I might have enough for one because I'm gonna get a key. I'm gonna get the chest open, and unless the chest has an item in it, I will have hopefully enough money for it. Please, please. I just want a weapon. I don't care what it is. I have enough for chill, so that's fine. The longsword and the chill are the same thing, just on opposite sides, so I will take the chill. Would have loved to have that, because that would give me a full sweep, which is really good. At least it sounds good. But I'll take this. Health, never punished. Also, I also really like this game. Another reason, it's because it aesthetically reminds me of a combination of Shovel Knight and you know, original like Legend of Zelda. I moved too far. My fault. I'm a little dummy. I drank the dumb bitch juice today. I have so many skulls. Rather souls, but unless I'm full health at the end of the boss, it won't matter, I don't think. Fuck you. One of you give me health, please. Thank you. Oh, thank you, the last one. Fuck! I took 2 damage for free there. Oh, that was a lot of money on that one. That was like a lucky chest. Fuck, I need health again. Because again, the red skeletons will kill me with 2 hearts left. Or 2 hits, not 2 hearts, I guess. Oh, looks like I won't get it. That sucks. Where's the nearest shop at? Here we go. A second. Oh, a second chill. That's makes the spread even bigger. Spread me, baby. I need 5 coins. Wait, what's this one? I will not buy it until I know I have enough for both. And looks like I might actually have enough for both, because there's a lot more rooms to go. How much do I need? 113. Need 31 more, that'll be actually kind of hard to get. Fuck. I died here. Oh my god, that doesn't kill? That's not worth it. That room is... I don't know if it's worth it. I'd rather just do that, honestly. I need to check these pots to see if they have any health. Thank god. I need a lot more than that, though. Okay, let's go buy chill. Need to be very careful with how I try to manipulate enemies now. Because of that. Jesus. Oopsie. We'll just leave. This is the boss fight, I think. Yeah. Okay, so the way to beat them is just with wide attacks, I guess, not far attacks. Alright, what can I buy? Look, I buy 2 of them. What are they? Wish before a boss. Oh, give me that. This is what I wanted. I've seen people have more than 4 health or 4 hits. Oh, we're in fucking business. I just need to stabilize. Come on, give me hearts, baby. It's a ghost. I need to be very careful with this ghost. Very good. Because I believe ghosts do 2 damage. So I need to keep enemies to my... If I'm moving right, keep them up. If I'm moving left, keep them down. And if I'm moving down, keep... Oh god, this is gonna be so hard to remember. I basically keep them to my... If I'm... Whatever direction I'm going, 1 counterclockwise. Right, counterclockwise? Going... Yeah. Left goes down, down goes right. Right goes up, down. Down is right, right is up. Up is left. Yeah. It's counterclockwise. Fucking, I gotta do math and shit. I'd rather not take damage than worry about the health, or the souls, I guess you want to call them. Okay. I need health. Nothing's dropping. Fuck. I just lost one now. Oh shit, now I'm in kill range. Yeah, this is technically my best run, even though it's not my furthest run. I reset that room for sure. Okay. I'm still in a very precarious situation. I just need to be very careful to not fucking fall anymore. I have so many keys, I just realized. Oh my god. Heart. If you're wondering why the dude's making that noise, they are immune to physical attacks. He's a ghost. Ghost, like, you've seen Undertale? You cannot punch a ghost. The fuck is this thing? Oh, who are you, cutie? Emit flame trail, don't like that. Ooh, dark vision. What's this? Yeah, there it is. Double damage if 1 HP. That's the item that combines with that mushroom thing. Give me this thing actually. Wait, I have an extra key. Why do I have an extra key? There's no secret room anywhere. Okay, this is gonna be scary. Fuck yes! Holy shit. That's the first time I beat the Lone Knight, as you can tell by the fact that I got the achievement for it. Oh, baby! I have no souls to buy these things though, that sucks. Taking damage deals damage, clearing bricks pots, and +1 style, which by the way, style does absolutely nothing in this game. So that sucks, but that's fine. Alright, I think we're at the furthest I've ever been. I mean, I think we are. The fact that I've never actually, you know, beat that boss. Alright, these are stronger slimes. Oh, they're diagonal slimes. Gotcha. Shit. Okay, so blue slimes are diagonal movers. Gotcha. What are you? I see what you do now. Yeah. I see what they are now. They're essentially counter-attacking skeletons. They attack 2 spaces out instead of directly in front of them. Okay, more health, more health. We're okay. We're chilling. Don't have a key, but we're chilling. I just wanted to drop those, make it easier to grab that later. Can't grab the coins, that sucks. Thank you for the health, that makes up for it. Shit. Alright, cool. I'm learning how to fight these enemies. Or rather, how to fight with my attacks. Okay. What do we got here? Ooh, melt's gonna be good. What's this? Just 15% off all items. Cool. What's this? Random attack +1 damage. That's actually not bad either, but I think we'll do this, which just makes my forward attack that much stronger. I'm not gonna lie, melt usually kills me. What I mean by that is I forget what my attack range is and I just fucking explode because fire, you know, is pretty big ranged attack. I think now that I have so much range though, I think actually staying range should be pretty useful. Okay, we're chilling. Oh, the full health before a boss fight though, that's gonna actually come in clutch, I think. Okay, it's the diagonal slimes. I am not gonna get cocky, but I'm pretty strong right now. Fuck! It only dealt 1 damage, we're chill. Reset the room. Fuck you. A normal skeleton dealt more damage than anything else so far. Fuck, I need health now. Again, I don't want to be this low. Chilling like a villain, alrighty. This stage is huge though, what the hell? Okay, oh, big slime. Big mama slime. Shit, I ran into it, my fault. Not so bad. I did take 1 damage, but I think we're okay with that. I still have 4, which is good. Okay, this run is going longer than I honestly wanted it to, but listen. Okay, oh shit. Not bad. I didn't see the text that said fucking smash in the center. I looked at the minimap and I'm like, what the fuck is that like square icon mean? I think it means like challenge room or something. Where's the exit? Oh shit, be careful. You know what? This run is taking a long time. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. I pressed the wrong button. Okay, we're good. My wings are back on. Get off. I'm back. Oh, perfect. Ads were running. Nobody lost anything. Welcome back. Thank you. I'm surprised you guys are still here. It is really late compared to usual, so. No, the problem is I don't usually hit my BRB screen because I don't usually take breaks. But I just had to use the restroom because I usually use the restroom after stream. And my body was like, you should be done by now. Go use the restroom. And I'm like, fine. But this run is going so well, I didn't want to finish it, or didn't want to stop it. There's a chest over here. I hope the little break I took for the restroom does not end up fucking killing me somehow. I'd be really upset if it does. Can I buy I can buy probably another weapon. Oh shit. Okay, so most of these attacks are centered to the left of my character, so I have to keep the enemies to my counterclockwise position. If I'm going up, keep them left. What do we got here? Just random weapon +1? Yeah. What does Zap do? Ooh, Zap. Ooh, wait. Wait, does that mean Zap deals 2 damage? Because it overlaps my burn or whatever? Fuck it, let's buy that. And we'll buy this. This might actually deal... Yeah, this might deal double damage if I hit them specifically on the Tetris piece where the character's right. If that makes sense. Like, you see how the attack looks like a Tetris piece? The T piece on the tip of the T piece. Thank you for the health, actually. So full health going into whatever this is. Another boss? Daily challenge complete. What the fuck was... Beat the Mega Floor? This was a oh, that makes sense. That was a Mega Floor. Just straight up 5 gems. Thanks. I don't need them yet, but thank you. Alright, these spiders are easy to fight. I don't even have to worry about using my special attacks on them. No, by special attacks I mean anything but my like basic longsword. What is this? Random attack spawns heart. I don't 100% know what that means, but I should get it if it means I could just get better sustain potentially. I could probably get everything depending on how many things I fight here. It's a red skeleton, I gotta be careful. Keep it on my left, and we're good. Oh yeah, also guys, while I was in the restroom, I was on Twitter, and I saw the most beautiful art of Midna. It's specifically Midna as like if she were Wolf Link, so it was just Wolf Midna, which is really pretty. What the fuck is that thing? I don't know what this is, but I'm killing it before it can move. Oh cool, yeah. I can't really share it because it was not safe for work, so like, you know people are freaky with Midna. It was still pretty. It was just, you know, Wolf Midna doing Wolf Midna things. Midna's like, listen, I'm not gonna lie, I get why people are so into Midna. Like, I get it. Like, the imp form, I get it. Smash! human design is. I do agree her human design is way more peak, but I do understand why people would want to be freaky with the imp design. Think about it this way, right? You're with Imp Midna for the entire fucking game, literally the entire game from start to finish. You only see human Midna in cutscenes, like one cutscene that shows when she got betrayed by Zant, and at the end when she goes, "What? Cat got your tongue?" She's so bratty. That too. I don't want to buy these, honestly. I do not want to ruin what I have. But remember, some people like the brat correction stuff, for lack of a way of putting it. It does spawn hearts. Oh shit, because I did kill with that one attack. With the one that had the hearts in it. This is a tiny floor. What the fuck? Is that why you act bratty? Shut up. I don't act bratty at all. I act like myself. Wow, cool slingshot. Don't mock the incredible slingshot brothers. I meant it. Ooh woo. Oh my god, I didn't see this. I love the this emote. Okay. Shit, I'm getting stuck. Fuck, I'm gonna die to these motherfuckers, and I guarantee you I am. Need to be very careful with how I fight these guys. I just died here. I lose. I just die. I lose. Fuck, man. Are you fucking serious? There's no way to get out of that. Well, fuck it. What did I unlock? Counter plus 1 turn when damaged. Oh shit. Okay. That's a cool item. Too bad I just fucking died for free. That sucks. Anyway, I guess we're done. I mean, forgot all caps is the titties. Yeah, of course. Do you not like all caps titties? Like, would you rather I put... Wait, why the fuck did my VTube Studio reset? I was gonna say, why did my VTube Studio reset? And it's because I fucking Metal Slug, man. Put the music back on. Okay, anyway. We're all done for now. Thank you guys for being here. Sorry this went a little longer than usual. Like fuck. That run was just godlike until the boss quite literally hit me with the checkmate. I guess... Oh, how could I have beat that? I think there was no way to beat that because I broke too many pots on one side. I think that was my issue. Yeah, I think that was my issue. I think that fight specifically is where you would want Quake. Because these guys have, like, was it? Well, I think it was range of 3, 4, 5. So you would need something to outrange that. Anyway. Hopefully you guys thought the game was fun. It is very cheap. I think it's like $10 on Steam. I still haven't beat it, obviously. But it's kind of addicting. It's a roguelike and everything. But we are going to be done for now. Thank you guys for being here. Tomorrow, what's tomorrow? Chrono Trigger, I believe. Maybe I'll play more Mouse PI for Hire instead, just because I really fucking love Mouse so far. So yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out. I don't want to just say Chrono Trigger's dead, but like, I think I'd rather just play one game at a time and leave Thursday as like my whatever day, you know? Oh, speaking of, what should we do next week for Retro Night? I think I have an idea. Yeah, I think I have a very good idea for what I do next week. Sorry, I'm like giggling because I'm just thinking of like I gotta make sure I can play what I want to play here. Anyway, oh shit, Undyne's here. Oh fuck. Anyway, I'm not gonna raid anybody. It's already late. I'm just gonna fucking get off and relax. But I will catch you guys tomorrow for maybe Mouse, maybe Chrono Trigger. We'll see what I'm in the mood for. But yeah, not much else to say. Go get off, mate. Shut up. Don't say it like that. That's Friday talk. Thank you. It's not Friday for me yet, even it's for you guys. Anything else? Anything else? No, I think that's it. I'll catch you guys tomorrow, okay? Good night, guys. Bye-bye.